I don't know what you brought to the table, but I will encourage you to bring three things that you want to achieve today. Three things that you know when it is complete. Three things you can actually say, okay, I've completed this. So those three priority tasks, bring them to the table. How do you determine that this is your priority task? You do this by looking at your tasks, all that you have. Look at them. Are they important? Or do they have a deadline that you must meet? Then bring them to the table. For me, I'll be writing today. I'll be doing some corrections. I'll be doing some applications. So I have three things already. But don't bring more than three things because it can be overwhelming if you have too much to do. So 2 to 3 things is what we need today. And remember that during the break, we can chat. So you're allowed to put things in the break in the chat that we can chat during the break. I'll be talking about how to improve your productivity, how to keep going when it is tough. Really, so many people, they give up because they couldn't go on, they couldn't carry on. So it's something that we need to also learn. It's not something that just come easily. It's something that comes with determination and getting inspiration and getting encouragement from others. Is something that you can do. So if you are a student, if you are a researcher, if you are a writer, this is the space for you. You can join us and let's see how much you can achieve within this time. So it runs from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. That's 6 hours today. So you can ask questions around how to study, how to manage your time, how to manage your energy, your focus, because in this age and time of digital life that we are in, your attention is the currency. Your attention is very important. So what do you give your attention to? What do you pay heed to? What do you give your time to? Those are the things that matters during this time. So for children, for those that are still in school, for those younger ones that are still in school, you are 18, you are 20, and you are struggling to get a good grade, you can join us and dedicate your time these 6 hours. So we work in balance between work and rest. So this is what we teach you, how to balance your work and rest time is very important. Your rest is as important as your work time. So take your rest serious as you take your work serious. As you are scheduling your work this morning, you know what you have to work on, you know what you want to achieve. Also schedule your rest. It's very important that you put time to your rest. And so, okay, between this time and this time, I'll be resting. Between this time and this time, I should be resting. I should be on break, and make that your break known to your colleagues and friends and your employers. It is very important, and every good employer will know that yes, you are very serious if you make your rest time a very serious time, a very should I say that you observe it religiously, because your rest time is very important in your productivity. If you are not resting, you see yourself being less productive. You see yourself being should I say confused. Sometimes you see yourself making mistakes. You see yourself working and working, and you see yourself you are working hard and producing less. Is because you don't have the right balance. Many people, they wear exhaustion, they wear stress as a badge, and they think, oh, people will see that I'm working hard, people will see that yes, or even you're not even fronting it. It's just the way it is because you're exhausted. But that is the sign of imbalance in work and rest time. So you need to schedule and take short breaks in between work. If you're working for 3 hours, you're expected to rest and walk around, or maybe take time out to relax for like at least 30 minutes. If you're working for 6 hours, you're expected to rest like 1 hour. So take short breaks in between work and you'll be more productive. You work better, you see your brain works faster, because when you are tired, your ability to take decision reduce. It is now you can't take it like you want to make decision now. Once you're tired, you see yourself trying to you dilly-dally between decisions. Those are the things that happens when you don't have the right balance between work and rest. So it's very important. And remember that your rest is not a luxury. It's not something that you do because you are tired. It's not something that you do because they have given you break. No, it is something that you do because it is important. It's something that you do because you have understood yourself that yes, you deserve rest, that yes, you are the most important factor of your success story. And once you know that, then life will be easier for you, because you need to be alive, you need to be strong, you need to be healthy to rest. You need to be healthy to go on that vacation you are planning. You need to be healthy to do whatever job you want to do. And rest is part of you taking care of yourself. So take your rest serious. So today we'll be running 50 hours of deep work and 10 minutes of mindful break. So during the break, we can chat, we can scroll, we can meditate. And when you are joining me, please come with your healthy snacks, and maybe if it's tea because it's cold here, whatever drink that keeps you hydrated, healthy drinks, I will encourage you to do that. And make sure that your food is balanced, and please don't starve yourself. Eat well, sleep well when it is time to sleep, rest when it is time to rest, and work when it is time to work. That is how it works. That is the best equation for you to be productive. Sleep when you ought to sleep, rest when you ought to rest, eat when it is time to rest, and sleep when you, just the balance. This work, rest, sleep, and your joy is very important. So you schedule your joy also. We are starting now, so we'll be working for 15 minutes. Once it's 10:50, then we'll be on break. Another break will be at 11:50, then at 12:50, 1:50, 2:50, and the last one will be at 4. Then we just round it up. So if you are joining me, I want you to bring your job and join us. Then we chat during break. Put whatever you want to ask concerning productivity and work in that space, on how to balance your life, on how to manage your time, how to manage your focus, how to manage even your screen time. I'm here to answer those questions. Many people think, oh, I'm too busy. I'm too busy. Have you asked yourself, what am I busy doing? So you need to chat it. That I'll also be talking about during the break time. So we know what is taking our time, where our time is leaking, and how to manage it, how to manage our energy, how to manage our focus. So we are starting now, and I wish you a very productive time during these 6 hours. So let's see how much you achieve if each 50 minutes. So let's plan in 50 minutes, then the break, 50 minutes, then the break. Let's see how much you achieve. And thank you for everyone that is joining, for those that are supporting. I'm grateful. Thank you. And let's go to work now. We'll chat again once it's 10:50. Yeah, so we've come to the end of this section. This is our break time now. If you have been joining us, if you've been here with us, so it's the time for a mindful break. So during the mindful break, you should be present in your break. That is very important. Make sure that you know that your body knows that, yeah, it's break time is very important. So we are looking at during this break, you can go for a stretch, you can drink water, you can have your healthy snacks, you can meditate or maybe take a walk, but that depends on where you are. If it is very cold, you need to also protect yourself. You don't need to waste your energy trying to maintain your body heat. So it's very important that you layer up. If you are in a winter zone, if you're in your place is still warm, then lucky you. So let me check if we have anything in the chat that we can talk about. Okay, so we've been looking at how to be productive, how to improve our productivity, especially during this age that people are too busy. You know, when I say busy, people are really busy. And it's not just physically busy, people are busy mental wise, they are busy emotional wise, they are busy. I mean, it is becoming overwhelming. It is really something that we need to talk about. It's something that we need to look at. Have you seen yourself working every day? You wake up, you are tired, you are sleeping, you are tired, you are very tired each time, and you don't really know if you are doing more or that something is not right. If you are doubting that way, if you are looking at it that way, then it's time you sit down and chart your time. It's time you sit down and look at how you spend your time. It's time you sit down and get yourself, because people are losing themselves in this busy era. In this era that we are in, I call it an era because it wasn't this way. Let's just say 10 years past, it wasn't this way. For those of us that has been on earth for a little longer, if you have been here for 20 years and you know it wasn't this busy, but people were physically exhausted, then you say, oh, they are tired. But now you see people are mentally exhausted, they are digitally exhausted. I mean, so many things are exhausting people now that people sleep tired and they wake up tired. They are chronically exhausted, which is not good for our health. It's not also good for our mental well-being. It's very harmful. Let's just say it the way it is. We need to spell it out. If we want to overcome it, we need to spell it out. So we are looking at how we got this busy. How did we get this busy? How are we working tirelessly and we have nothing to show for it? You know, so many people, they have so much doing from morning till night. They are busy. But when you want to chat what they have spent the time doing, is something that we need to ask ourselves. What have I been doing that I'm this tired? Sometimes you see yourself, you weren't cutting any wood, you weren't farming, you know. Farmers, you need to dig, you need to cut, and that is exhausting. And you haven't been doing that, you see yourself exhausted, and that is affecting people's health. When you look at how people are stressed, when you look at people's faces written all over, oh, they are stressed, and we need to look at that. Why are we stressed? What are we doing with our time? How did we get to where we are? That is a question that we need to ask ourselves. Is very important. So the first thing I will first, before I will start teaching about the time bar, because I'll be doing it during the break. I'll be taking it turn by turn during the break, talking about what I have observed, the things that I've seen that makes people exhausted, that makes people so tired. Because once you're tired, your mental ability to think, to make a decision also reduces, and you see yourself getting weak, even in the immune system, and so many things is just getting down because you are exhausted, because you are stressed. And what are you stressed about? So let's look at the things that are creeping in, the things that just came. We already know about screen time, we already know about the social media and the rest of them, but let's just look in depth and call them by names, the things that are draining us, and see if we can work on those things. And I'm not here to make anybody to feel guilty. That is not the aim. The aim is for us to really identify, and for you to be able to identify your problem, is it means that, yes, that you know how to tackle it. So let's look at what's brought about about that. The first one I will look at is endless social media scrolling. So many people, they don't even know when they start. They wake up in the morning, immediately they wake up in the morning, they want to check, oh, how many likes have I got? Oh, how many comments have I got? And it's not only one platform, they go from one platform to the other. Some even have up to 5 6 platforms that they need to check. And before they finish checking this, you know how much time they have spent doing that. You know how much time, how much mental energy it takes to see, okay, oh, to have the dopamine, oh, I have 600 views, oh, I have 1,000 views, I have a million views, I have, oh, it's just to, the ups and down in that is exhausting. But it doesn't just come out, it doesn't jump to our face and say, okay, this is what is exhausting us. But that scrolling, that endless scrolling, checking notification every few minutes, you go you watch short videos and all those things that are very less than 1 minute, 2 minutes, that will hike your dopamine. They are exhausting. So that we already know, but I don't know how deep that hyping of the dopamine, how when you are very excited or you are down because you didn't get enough like, on how it affects you. So let's look at the second one, which is digital multitasking, because many of us now, we have access to many platforms. We have access to phones, to laptop, to desktop. Like for me, you can see there's desktop, laptop, and all those things. But how many tabs did you open? And are you multitasking? Maybe as you're trying to read, you are seeing yourself going back to go and check your email, to go and check the notifications. You are multitasking. It is very, jumping between jobs is very exhausting, and you are paying cognitive balances, because before you move from this job to the next one, you have to rethink it. You need to start. It's just like you're moving your car in a very high, let's just say we're running on 40 kilometers per hour and you stop. When you want to start again, you're not just going to start at 40 kilometers per hour, you are going to start slowly. So that is how it works. It wastes time and it is exhausting. Another thing is streaming overload. Many people, they stream and stream. You see them, they are streaming from morning till night. Either they are watching the live stream or they are watching the video. You see they are binging it. Some binge films, they watch series. It has been a long time. I told myself, you see all those series that has no end, I will watch it as if it's everlasting, because I might watch one this time and watch another one maybe in 2 or 3 months or maybe in 1 year. It's not going to run away. But some people, they will binge it from morning till night. They are binging. It is exhausting. Mentally, it's exhausting. Physically, it's overwhelming. And digitally, you get this digital overload that you see yourself, you are grudgy, you are confused, you see yourself, you are very tired, and you don't know what makes you tired. So those are the things that that takes your time, and you don't really know that they are taking your time. Sometimes you wake up, you say, let me just check my notification. You check your notification, and you're doing that. You say, okay, it will take me 1 minute to check the notification, but in the next 1 hour, maybe you started by 10 a.m. By 11 a.m., when somebody call, oh, do you know we are supposed to be there? And you say, I didn't even know, I was just checking this. And you were checking in the UK. By the time they called you around that 11, you were already in Australia checking what is happening there. Those things are by design. So I don't want you to feel guilty about it, but it's something that you need to tell yourself the truth. This is where I am losing my time. This is where I'm getting tired. So you need to work on it and fix time. That's our stay talk later during maybe the next break. We'll be having break every 50 minutes on top of the hour. Another thing that takes our time, that makes us exhausted, that makes us tired, and you are not seeing the outputs you are doing, is overconsumption of information. It is very important that we know that, yes, we have so much help during this era we are in. You have so much easy answers. You can just type and ask. You can just say it with your word. You can just type it and you get answers. And you can get answers from so many places, and it's very helpful. But that has also put us in a trap that we need to also look at. That trap is, now you have too much information to process. You don't even know where to begin with, and you start looking for app that you can use to streamline it, you can use to reduce it. Too many podcasts, too many new news, trends, research everywhere. They will tell you, oh, there is a new research for us that are in research. They will tell you, I was writing, and they say, oh, don't you know that in this 2025 you should add this. There are so many of them that are out just before these publications. So you need to also read them and see what they are doing. You see, so much information, so much. If it were to be those days that you need to go to the shelf to find it out, or maybe in the computer you Google, you go to Google Scholar and all those to find those out, it used to be a little simple, but it's physically exhausting, but it wasn't mentally exhausting as it is. So overconsumption of information is another thing. I will start from there during the next break. This is our deep work time again. So we are going back to our deep 50 minutes work. So we focus on the work we have at hand. Then once it's break, you can join me again while we discuss how we got this tired and what we can do about it. How we got this exhausted and we are struggling with our time, we are struggling with our energy, we are struggling with our focus, which is the digital currency that we have to use during this time. So it's very important we know how to manage this currency. It's no longer money, it is your focus. Like I will say, if you are not paying for that product, if it looks free, nothing is free on earth, then know that you are the product. So you need to be careful. So let's look at how much we are going to achieve within these 50 minutes. So I'll be speaking again once it's 11:50. We've come to the end of this section and we are on a mindful break now. As you can see, it's 11:50. So it's time for a break. You can just take your hands off whatever work you're doing. It's important that you are present in your break and you stretch. If you're in a cold area, please get yourself warm. I don't know, whatever you want to drink, maybe tea or juice, but don't make it cold because it's quite cold now. And we've been talking about how we got exhausted. Why are we always exhausted and we are so tired? We are so, when you look at people, they look stressed, they look as if the whole world is on their head. And when you look at their output, it's not equivalent. They don't have equivalent output to their hard work, and sometimes they're even doing nothing and they are exhausted. So why are we that way and what caused it? So that is what we'll be looking at. And here we teach right balance between work and rest. Your rest is very important as your work, and your work is very important as your rest. Don't think that you need to work to pay your bill, you need to work is a necessity. Yes, rest is also a necessity if you want to measure it that way, because you need to be here to get that work done. When you are no longer here, you can't get anything done. So rest is very important, because during your rest, you renew your energy. During your rest, you gain clarity, you gain focus, and you take care of yourself. That is why you are resting. Rest is very important. It's time for you to rest your brain. It's time for you to rest your hand. It's time for you to rest your leg. If you have been walking around, if you have been working with your hands, it's time for you to rest. It is very important. So don't think that taking rest is something that they do when they get it all together, when everything is fine, when everything is already done. No. And rest is not something you do because you are tired. It's not something you do because you have done all the work you ought to do. No. Rest is something that you must do to gain yourself, to look after yourself. It's something that you must do to be productive. It's something that you must do to be more energetic, because you renew your strength during that rest time. It's very important. So don't belittle rest time, and don't think that those that are resting that they are foolish. No, it takes a wise man to rest. It takes a wise man also to know when to rest, to know when to take a break. And then if you're finding it difficult to find a time for your rest, then something is wrong. Then you will need help. Maybe you need external help. You can seek for help. If you are now running on autopilot, you can't stop, then you need to talk to your GP. You need to consult somebody that can support you, because rest is very important. It gives your body the time to relax, to regain the energy, to gain clarity. Even for your own head is very important. So take rest during the work time. If you have gone to work this morning, you already know how long you're going to work. Please also schedule your time of rest. Put time to it and observe it as if you are attending to an appointment. Is very important. Some people think rest is something they do when they're already exhausted, when you are tired. No. Rest is not something you do when you are tired. When you have already gotten to that point that you are tired, you're exhausted, what you need is recovery, is not rest. And that takes more time. So rest is something that you take before you are exhausted. It's something you take before you are tired. So you need to schedule it. You need to put time to it. That's okay. As I'm leaving this morning, when I start working at 9, by 9:30 I should be resting, or by 10 I should be resting. So put a time to it. You don't rest because you are feeling big. You don't rest because you have got it all together, you've done everything you ought to do. No, you rest because you need it. You rest because that is part of you being productive. Once you rest and you are rested enough, you see yourself thinking smartly, you see yourself working faster, you see yourself achieving things faster. So it takes a smart person, it takes a very wise person to take rest. So take that wise decision. Wherever you are, take the wise decision and tell yourself it's time to rest. And yeah, take rest. If you need rest, rest. You don't need to take any permission from any other person. You're an adult. If you're an adult, yes, take rest. If you're tired, take rest, because it will improve your thinking ability, is going to improve your ability to make decisions, is going to improve the speed of your work, is going to improve your clarity, is going to improve your focus. So why not? Why not take that rest? Take it. It's very important. So your rest is very, very important. As important as your work is, so is your rest. So take it. So we are talking about the things that steal our time, the things that make people to waste their time, and is annoying, especially in this era we are in, that we have so much technology, so much digital information, so much easy answers everywhere, and we are still tired. Have you asked yourself, how did we get there? That's something we need to ask, because now you have everything at your beck and call. Unlike our mothers, they needed to use their hands to wash the plate, they needed to use their hands to wash the clothes, and you need to search. You go physically to the library to to do research. But now everything is at your fingertips. You just need to press go, and that is it. It start washing, it will start cleaning, it will start. But with all that, we are still very tired. Have you asked yourself, how did we get to it? So that is what we are discussing today, and that is going to really help you, because if you want to solve a problem, you need to be clear on what that problem is. You need to have a name to it. You need to be clear where it started and what it is, so you can handle it. If it is still hidden, then it's very difficult for you to handle it. And the first thing is endless scrolling in the social media. You keep scrolling. Another one is endless information. Too much information everywhere, and you have too many podcasts, you have too many videos. Some people are even binging it, and you have so many research. If you're in the research section, and yeah, every day new research is coming out, and you need to be on top of your game if you must make progress. So too much information is something that we are handling, and some of us, we've even entered the rabbit hole that you keep researching, you keep finding, trying to find out, trying to get the latest, and as you're doing that, other ones are coming out. So bear it in mind that yes, there is a time for everything, and know when to stop is very important. So too many information is a problem also. So you need to know when to stop, you need to know where to search. You don't need to know everything. It's not important that you know everything. It's not important that you do everything. They are telling you, okay, this one is out, this one is out. Oh, there is this app now, there is that app. It is a lot of information, a lot of stress. So let's look at the next one, because that's where we ended last time during the last break. So now we are looking at the next one that takes our time unknowingly, is procrastination. It's not just procrastination in the sense that we used to look at it like, I will do it later, which we don't to never. But now you see there are some procrastinations that looks like productivity. It's just like you are being productive, you are still moving, you are still doing things, but you are doing nothing. Just like planning. Some people will keep planning and they will never do it. They want a perfect plan, and they never create anything. They never get to do, they never get to put it down in writing or do whatever they are planning. They will just keep planning to get the perfect plan. Remember that there is no perfect plan anywhere, and there is no perfect design. If you want the perfect, every day new things are coming out. So which means you are still going to keep planning. That is procrastination in its own, on its right. Is very, very real. Some people keep planning and they'll keep planning. I will do it, I will do it. Okay, how do I do it? They keep writing how they are going to do it and never get to do it. Another one is rearranging your workspace every day. Some people, once their workspace is never permanent. They keep rearranging. That takes time. I don't know how much time you have to be doing that. You keep doing it. Okay, let's just say these books and all those things. Every time I'll start rearranging them, my dear, you waste a lot of time. So if you need a workspace, make it permanent. Even if there is change, let it be a functional change, something that you need. You don't waste your time for things that doesn't matter. Another one is rewriting. People keep rewriting and trying to make it perfect. No, it's never perfect. Even for those of us that have submitted a thesis and all those, once you bring it out, even my undergraduate work, my master's, well, if you bring it out, you still see some mistakes on it. It will never be perfect. So stop rewriting. Just put a time to it, that you say, okay, this is the time I'm completing this, and once it's complete, submit it. Another thing that takes our time is constant connectivity. When you keep connecting, you reply instantly. You don't have a time that you go to your email. Me, I have time. If you like, send it. If it is not urgent and it's not showing that priority list, I'm not looking at it. When it is time for me to check my email, which means maybe around 3 hours, or every 3 hours, every 6 hours, then I will check. That is just it for you. So don't keep going back every time to check the notification, to reply to phone calls, even during breaks. Some people, they think, since it's my break, the break is for you to rest. The break is for you to gain clarity. It's not for you to finish the works that you didn't finish before going on break. So you need to be very specific about it. And on interruptions during deep work, those things, they waste time. Somebody will interrupt you. You are just doing your deep work for these 15 minutes. That is why I always tell you, it is our deep work time. So reduce every distraction and focus on the work, because that momentum, once you stop, it is hard for you to get back into that space in your brain to get it going. So it takes time, and that's waste time. And you think these are little time. It might be 1 minute, 2 minutes. Before you know it, 1 minute, 2 minutes is 1 hour, is a day. That is how people wake up every day, and at the end of the year, every year looks the same, because they have been wasting their time and energy on things that doesn't matter. So we will continue on this, talking about low value discussions, things that people spend their time doing that are of no value to them. So we'll talk about how we waste our time and how we get exhausted and get very tired each day during this digital age. And is it really how it's supposed to be? Because these things were brought to help us. They were brought to help us progress. But here we are getting stressed about them. So we are discussing that during the break time. Now it's a deep work time. So another 15 minutes of work, and then another break where we will chat. So I wish you a very productive 50 minutes. And so we've come to the end of this section. It's our break time again. So I want you to go on your break. It's time for your break. You can go on a break and yeah, enjoy your break. Why is this okay? Okay. So we'll continue our discussion. We are looking at why we are getting so much tired and getting so much to do. Though we have a lot of help from technology, it's now very easy to do so many things. It's not like it used to be. If you're on break, please make sure that you're on break. So take your hands, your mind off the work that we are doing, so that will help you to return to it in a clear-minded manner. It will be easier for you to work when you return from break. So take your break serious. So we are talking about how we got to where we are. Why are we so tired these days? But we have a lot of help from technology, from smart digital technology everywhere. Information. You just need to ask, and you have the information at the tip of your finger. You just need to touch it. Most things are turnkey now. You just use instant pot, use instant this, instant cooking, instant dry, instant grill. So many things that you can just do instantly. But even with that, people are more tired these days than they were. So if you have been on earth for like 30 years, 40 years, you understand what I mean. I don't know for those that are just 10 years and 20 and 15 now, maybe they thought this is how it used to be. No, it used to be very exhausting physically, because you do a lot of physical work. You wash with your hand. You have to go through processes. Even when you have a washing machine, it used to be from, I think the first time I used these electronic ones is around 211 or so. Yeah, around 211, I don't know. But it used to be you take it from this, from the washer, then you put in the dryer. So it used to be a lot of work doing house chores. It used to be a lot of work doing your research work, because you need to go to the library. You go from one shelf to the other, trying to find out, you triangulate, you write the summary. It used to be a lot more stressful getting those things. But now we have help with technology. You can just Google, you can just ask your Google, your AI, and so many. Okay, where do I get this? And they will let you know where to get it. And so many information at the tip of our finger. Yet we are very tired. Yet we are very exhausted. Yet we are more confused than ever. You can just you will find this out if you have been looking closely at children and how much they forget. Me, sometimes I used to ask, they don't have family yet and they are this forgetful. They will leave their jackets, they leave their socks, and so many things. So it's time that we look into it. Why are we this tired? How did we get to where we are now, when we have so much help, when we have so much support from technology, so much easy answer, so much easy life? Now you don't need to do so many things with your physical level, but you are exhausted, not just physically now, but you are also exhausted mentally, psychologically, you're exhausted. And so many things are not just the way we think it should be. How did we get there? So there are things that we need to also pinpoint, things that we need to find out, how we are living and how we are using those technology, and how we entered into the rat hole that we are in now, that the rabbit hole that we keep digging and digging and we are not coming out. You keep finding and finding, you keep looking for more easy answers, you keep looking for more app, keep looking for this and that in the screen, and you are now addicted to screen. That you wake up in the morning, you go straight to your screen to check what is happening. You wake up in the morning, you try to look at the notification or the easy dopamine. We are always eager to get the reward, and now we have cheap reward like likes, we have replies and chat and all those. So we have to go back and check, okay, how many likes have I got? So those things are the things that are exhausting, but they don't look exhausting till you start getting confused, till you start getting you sleep tired and wake up tired each day without knowing why you are tired. So those are the things that we need to look at. The first one I said is constant scrolling. I wouldn't be able to do co-hosting because during this time, I might do it any other time, but during this time, because I'm doing a deep work after every 10 minutes, so during this break time, which is just 10 minutes, I use it to chat. So if you have anything you want us to chat, you put it in the chat, we do the chatting. Then at the end of the 6 hours. If you're available for co-hosting, I'll be available too. So let's just wait for that. So I'm looking at why we get so much tired and we have so much to do during this time when we have help from technology. You have so much help. If you did research around 2002, 2005, 2007, you understand. If you want to do anything, you need to go to the library. Even if you're using the computer, you go through Google Scholars and so many scopus and so many things to find what you're looking for. Though we are doing so much physical work and we are tired, but we are not as tired as we are now when we have all the help that we can ever think of. Now you have your AI, you have your search engine. They are very optimized to search and get you what you want. You get easy answers, but we are tired. Why did we get to that place? So many things has contributed to that, which we don't yet notice, but it is harmful to our thinking. It's harmful to our deep thinking. So we need to look at it and know how to come out of it. Before you're able to solve any problem, it's very important that you get clarity of what that problem is. You name it. You need to know what the name of that problem is. So we need to find out what are the things that are taking our time, what are the things that are making us physically and mentally exhausted, what are the things that we are doing that are not helping us. So one of them is constant scrolling through the social media and checking those notifications. It doesn't look like much, but you see yourself, you wake up in the morning, you go straight to it. Sometimes you might just be thinking, okay, I'm checking my notification for 1 minute. Before you know it, you spent 1 hour on it. And the screen, because there is so much information that your brain needs to process, it is exhausting also. You have so much information from podcasts, from short videos, from social media posts, and so many things that your brain keeps processing without rest. And sometimes we think it is healthy because you are laughing, because you are seeing so many things, or you think you are knowledgeable, but how much information are you putting on that brain that you are not processing? So you need to also check that. Another thing is procrastination that looks like uh, being productive. You keep planning because now you have easy answers. You just at the tip of your finger, the music will come out at the tip of your finger, the art will come out at so you keep getting more and more. You want the perfect one. You keep planning and planning that doesn't have an end without doing anything. At the end, you are tired. And for you to know if you are digitally overloaded, you need to really look at yourself. See, if you wake up and you are tired, you are sleeping, you are tired, and you can't really pinpoint why you are tired, check how much time you spend on screen. And it is addictive, and it's in my YouTube page. If you want, you can go check it. It's very addictive, but those are the things that we shouldn't even beat ourselves over. It's not something that we should blame ourselves or feel guilty about, because it is designed to capture our minds even before we know that it is happening. So you will just go and check, okay, let me check what is happening within reading within Manchester. Before you know it, you're already in Australia. And that's maybe after 3 hours. You didn't even know. Or maybe you were reading, and because you didn't take the break when you ought to, and you didn't have this structure, you see yourself, okay, this notification just pop up now. You check that notification. Before you know it, that's 5 minutes gone. Before you know it, that's 20 minutes or 15 minutes gone. So that is how, because your brain keeps working, it is still work. It is not easy. It's not just only physical work that makes people exhausted. Mental work makes you more exhausted. And now you have so much information you are bombarding your brain with that is not getting processed. So it is overwhelming. So you should also check that and see if you want to know how to work, how to help yourself with screen addiction and digital overload. You can check my YouTube page and see what you have there. So overthinking things is also one of it. When you keep overthinking, you want to get it perfect. You don't want people to judge you, so you keep procrastinating. It is more exhausting to procrastinate, bearing that guilt and burden, the stress of not doing it, than starting. So start. No matter how it looks, it's better that you keep improving it as you go. Maybe you call it the first version, Even in books, we have the first edition, we have the second edition. There is a reason for that. Because if they were waiting to get it perfect, it would never get published in life, because nothing has ever been perfect. Once it's by a human being, it keeps getting better with time. So you can't wait. Time is not waiting for you. It keeps going. So whatever version you have, What you need to do is to put a time to it and say, okay, by this time, whatever that comes out of it is the complete version for this. Then publish it or do submit it, do whatever you have to do with it. Then you improve it in the next version. So stop overthinking things and stop procrastinating. It's not really healthy. Those are the things that are stealing our time. So, well, during the next break, I'll be looking at how we use our time, the things, the six things, the six, I call it the time fire, how we use our time and the places that our time are leaking. So you find where your own is leaking and know how to patch it and know how to manage it. In this age, in this era that we are in, your focus and your attention is the currency. It's not even the money. So your currency is your attention, is your focus. So you treat it with all seriousness. So we are back to our deep time, our deep work time. This is 1 p.m. So we speak again once it's 1:50. So this is another break time, and this time I'm going for my lunch break, so I'm going to pause the live and I'll be out of here for like 5 minutes before returning. So where is the pause live? Yeah. Yeah, so we are back, and back from our break. So we'll be starting again. I did work at one that's at 2 o'clock. So let me see if there is any chat now. For now, so let me check here. So there is chat during break sound. Yeah, so we go to. So we'll still go the way we've been going. We've gone through now. That's the thing, that should be 4 hours. So we have like 2 hours to go, 2 hours more out of the 6 hours. So remember that this is our deep work focus space. So here we invite researchers, students, and those that wants to get their work done and you have deadline to meet. This is the space for you. Can join us every Wednesday and Thursday. So we are always here. So you can ask questions on productivity, on how to manage your time, on how to be productive, how to manage your focus, which is the currency of this era that we are in now, and how to manage your energy, which is very important because time already is fixed, but you need to manage your energy to know what to give your energy to. Where do you focus? Where do you give your focus? Where do you put your attention? That is what will determine where you will go. Because if you're looking forward and you're moving backward, you know what that means. So what you put your focus to is what will determine how far how far you will go. So chat with us on productivity, especially for students, those that are struggling with their grade. If you know that yes, you read, you don't understand, or you don't even have the time to do your studies while you are working, we are here for you. So every Wednesday and Thursday, just join us and let's talk about how to improve our memory, how to improve our retention ability, how to improve our productivity, which involves managing our time and managing our energy, how to manage our focus also. So it's very important. in this era that we have so much help and we are so tired every day. We have so much help and we can't still finish what we want to do, which means there is something we are not getting right. So in this space, that is what we talk about during the break time. And during the work hour, it is a focus time, like we are just starting now. So during the focus hour, we will talk less and we are not going to be reacting or responding to chat. So during the chat time, which is the break time, we can chat, we can exchange information if you have any. You can put them in the chat there. So I welcome you to join us during these next 15 minutes. I want you to make every second of it to count. Don't waste your energy. Don't go looking at notification. Fix time and get structure on how your time is used each day. That will help you and you have enough time to do other things. You will see you can still do all those things that you are doing that you think you can't finish, and you'll still have enough time. But if you don't have structure, you see yourself struggling from morning till night, tired every day and see nothing out of it. So it's very important that you learn this structure that we are teaching here. We are should I say we are modeling here. So it's very important. We are starting our deep workout. Okay, this is 1 minute after. So for the next 49 minutes, let's see how much you can achieve, and we'll be speaking again once it's 2:50. Remember to stay hydrated. It's winter, it's cold, but it's still good that you drink enough water. Okay, so that's it. And let me check. Yeah, it's our break time now. So for those that are working with me, you can go on a break and enjoy yourself. Make sure you are present in your break. And as much as you like working, it's time for you to go on a break. So you can just take a break. And I've been looking through. I can see those that have visited. Thank you so much. Home of Beauty. I can see your gift. Let me just go to the page so I'll see what is happening wider. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I can see the gifts that you sent. Thank you so much and your support. Mm, Oh, that's cutie. Cutie, welcome. Yeah, welcome. So, welcome. So, this is our break time, and during the break time, we chat. So, if you have any question on how to be productive, how to stay focused, then you can just put it in the chat so we can chat about that. And if I didn't see any, so we continue from where we stopped. We've been talking about what waste our time, how we waste our time without knowing it, the things that steal from us, our time, our focus. Like I was saying, it's no longer all about money these days. It's about your focus, because there are so many things you can do even without having money, but there are so little you can do without your focus. So the focus you have, your attention, is the currency of this age. So you need to manage it very well. What are you focusing your attention on? What are you giving your attention to? So it's very important. Have you seen yourself in a place that you wake up tired every day and you sleep tired every day, and when you are asked what have you been doing, it's not very clear to you what you've been using your time to do. So it's time that you reevaluate how you spend your time. It's time for you to look at what takes your time. It's time for you to pinpoint where your time is leaking from. It's very important, because many people are so busy now, though they have a lot of help from technology, a lot of help from the digital section. We have so much that you can do just donkey, during my undergraduate days, we used to study all those automated machines and all those things. Then, okay, this one is just a turn key, which means you just need to turn the key or press a button and things will get done. But now we have so much of it that you can even do a whole research by just typing a word, a sentence, and so many things will come out. So you have so much information at your beck and call. You have so much support for your chores at home, for everything almost. The technology is just too much, but it is becoming overwhelming. You can see that even with that, people are so tired. And now it's not all about physical tiredness. Like you can see, it has gotten to the extent that people are exhausted emotionally and mentally. So it's time for us to look at our own health. It's not only emotional health, but physical health, because once it gets overwhelming, you see yourself struggling in every way. So it's time for you to look through and know how you spend your time. What are you using your time for? What are you spending your time doing? What is stealing your time? Are you doing the things that benefits you? Are you doing the things that you have scheduled to do? Are you the part of those people that wake up every morning and sleep without any structure, without any plan? Then you see yourself struggling. But if you have a plan, you have a structure in place, you have a routine, not a military routine, a routine that you can follow, you see your life becoming easier. It's very important that you have that structure in place. So we've been looking at the things that take our time. The first one I said was endless scrolling and trying to see everything happening on the social media, which is not your fault. It is by design. It's something that has been made to be. You see, people are even paid to watch videos and all those things. So when you keep watching, you have so much happiness. You have so much things that keep your attention. Once your attention is given to one thing, you can't give it to another. That is the should I say, the irony of multitasking. People will say, okay, I can multitask, but how can you multitask when you have already put your eyes, like I told my son, I say, whatever you put your eyes on is what you are doing in real time, because once you put your eyes on that thing, it takes your attention. You can't put it on another thing. You have only two eyes and they are positioned in a way, you see, it's not 360, it's not even 180 this way. So it's very limited what you can focus on. So it's very important that you check what you focus your attention on. What do you put your eyes on? And you see how much screen time that you are spending. From morning when you wake up, you go and check some notification to see how many likes you have, to see how many replies, how many chats you have. Those things, they are easy dopamine, they make you happy, but they take your attention away from the things that matters. It's not like you are not going to do that. You will still do that, but why don't you fix a time for it? You say, okay, during this time, I will have 10 minutes to do some chatting, to visit friends on social media. Okay, between this time, maybe 3 hours. You know, some of us, when we say these 3 hours, some will say, you spend 3 hours, but most times you see yourself, because you did not plan it, you spend 5 hours, 6 hours on that social media a day. You can just track that using your phone tracker. You see how much time you spend on that. And that is how people get that digital overload that they are suffering. So it's time that you structure your life, you structure how you spend your time is very important. So we are looking at how we manage our time. So now, because we have only, after this one, it will be the last one. So let's start discussing the ways and the things that we use our time for, and how we can discover where our time is leaking from, what we ought to do to help ourselves is very important, because you still need time to do so many things. You need your time to chat with friends, is very important. You need your time to do some hobbies, dancing. You know, we see many medical doctors and teachers, lawyers, they dance. Yes, it's very important. You might think, oh, those dancers, yes. After you retire, you will need those things to keep being productive, to keep feeling that you are relevant. Is very important to human life. So you don't need to neglect it. It's very important. So you don't neglect your health, you don't neglect your hobby, you don't neglect your rest, you don't neglect the work that puts food on your table. These are the things that you need to focus on, and you need to strike a balance between them. Is very important. So let's look at how we can audit our time audit. So you need to look at, if you want to, if you are serious about saving your time, saving your energy, so you have more time to rest, you have more time to even connect with others, you have more time, you have structure, which gives you this mental space that makes you feel that yes, you have time to rest. Then you need to listen very attentively. You need to do time audits. Time auditing means that you need to take note of every time and everything that you are doing. It's very important. So you need to, if you want to just do it, maybe just should I say peripherally, just surface, you can just chart it within one day and see how much you are spending on each area of your life. But if you want a deep work, for like me, I do it a week, because my plan normally run weekly. I don't do daily plan because it's such a hassle trying to think in short bits. So a week plan is good. So you do deep work by charting your time over a week. So you chart it every 30 minutes. Just put pen and paper, put it on the board. Every 30 minutes, just go there, put down what you have been doing. Every 30 minutes, you see it. At the end of the day, you see what you have been doing. At the end of the week, you will find out the pattern of how you spend your time. And from there, you will find out what is taking your time most. You will find out that, oh, the things that you never even imagined that has been taking your time are the things that are taking your time. So you will know how to curtail, to cut down on some, and how to increase on others. And from there, you have more time, because time is enough. This 24 hours is quite enough. Even if you have all the energy in this world, you can't finish the 24 hours. If you chat it, okay, I will have a rest, I'll have a sleep of 8 to 9 hours, then you put it aside, because that is very important. Then you chat, okay, I will have time for my personal care, for taking care, to take care of myself, my shower, my feeding. Okay, every day I will have 30 minutes, every day I'll have 1 hour to do that. Then you put it aside. When you start chatting it, I'm telling you, you'll be surprised what takes your time. I don't know if you have, maybe as I'm even saying it now, you can think around it and see how much this from the morning when you woke up till now, how much time did you spend taking care of yourself? That is the personal care. That's your feeding, your shower, whatever you do for yourself. How much time did you spend? Then you look at yourself also. How much time have I spent on my income generating activities? For those of us that are working, how much time did you spend today or in a week uh, generating income? You also look at how much time that you use to renew your energy, like resting, going for a hobby, and taking a walk, and all those things that helps you renew your energy. How much time are you spending on each aspect, that on each of these aspects? Then you will find out exactly where your time is leaking from. Most times people waste a lot of time because they are resting after they woke up, or they are resting after eating, or they are not even, they didn't take any planned rest, but they are resting. You know, they are reading, but as they are reading, they've already zoomed off on themselves, and by the time they remember, it's already 30 minutes gone. in between. So that is how time leaks. When you start charting it, you'll be able to know. But before you're able to pinpoint this, I want you to always schedule your rest. Always put your rest as part of your plans. When you wake up in the morning, put the time you are going to rest. When you write it down, observe it. You will see that you will have less time dilly-dallying and trying to move in between jobs. It makes your clarity very sharp. It makes you to be more focused. It gives you more energy to do your work. So planned rest is key. So we are back to our sprint time now. It's our deep work time. We are going to be working for the next 1 hour because this is our last deep work hour, and it is exciting for me. I will be thinking, oh, is it ending? Is that just the 6 hours is gone already? Because we use this Pomodoro section that goes 50-10, so you don't feel it. It's less stress, it's less pressure. You'll even be asking yourself, oh, so I've done 5 hours, I've done 6 hours, and this is how much I've achieved. If you are doing it the other way around, trying to drag it on, is always very exhausting. But if you're not dragging it on, you take rest when you ought to take yourself achieving more. That is the wisdom in rest. So let's continue and see how much you achieve in 1 hour. Yeah, so it's for now. And yeah, 6 hours well spent. And thank you to everyone that has been here today. And it has been a nice, a very beautiful day. Though it looks cold, but I think it's very good for studying. And it was very encouraging because I'm not sweating, and yeah, you can think properly. It's really good. And for those that has been here, those that supported in one way or the other, I want to say thank you. Please, but remember to rest when you ought to rest. Rest is very important. I will always remind you of that because most of us, we don't need to be reminded to go to work, because hunger will remind you, your bills will remind you, the mortgage or whatever you have to pay is going to remind you to work. But we need reminders to take rest. Please take your rest serious. It's very important that you take rest no matter the work you're doing. Take leave when you ought to take leave. Take your rest. Short break between work is very important. Also, is important for your clarity. Is important for your focus. And also, you need to take rest when it is night time to sleep. Sleep. Nighttime is meant to sleep. It's not a time for you to start binging. You know, many people, they will binge, but in all these enjoyments, please remember your health is very important. So tomorrow morning, okay, let's just say tonight, as you're going to rest, please make plans for tomorrow. Make plans that last a week. Weekly plan is better than daily plan. So make your plan a week and say, okay, within this week, on Monday I'm doing this, on Tuesday I'm doing that, on Wednesday I'm doing this. So you need to be specific on what you are going to do in each 1 hour. So it's very important. And if you are going to be working tomorrow, make sure that you schedule your rest. So plan your rest as you are planning your work time. Is very important. Rest is meant for the wise. It's not something that the foolish and those that are lazy do. You know, so many people, they think, oh, because they are lazy, oh, because they are dull, because they don't know what to do with time. Yeah, you might know everything to do with time, but please still take time to rest. Is very important, because if you are not resting, you are going to weigh yourself down. You are going to affect your ability to make decision, and you see yourself making unnecessary mistakes that you shouldn't even do. You wouldn't even be thinking, oh, that you can make such mistake, but you see yourself making such mistakes because you were not prepared, because you did not plan your rest. So when is the best time for you to take rest? When is the best time for you to rest? I don't know. Let me check if there is any chart anywhere. Okay, looking for any chart. Don't think anybody has chatted us today, so yeah, that's still good. Let me chat anyway. Let me see. So if you want to chat, you can actually request this time if you have anything to ask, any questions to ask around them. Productivity, around studying, around how to improve your focus, how to improve your memory, how to improve your retention ability. That's the ability to retrieve information and to retain information. Then you can just request and ask questions if you have any question around that. But without that, so we'll continue, and we are talking about how to improve our productivity, how to improve our focus, how to not waste our time. You know, so many people, they will always wake up in the morning and sleep every day. So telling you how best to plan. It is better you plan weekly than planning daily. But even within that weekly, you should know each day what you ought to do, what you should be doing each 1 hour. If you were asked, okay, what will you be doing the next 1 hour? If you are somebody that wants to be productive, wants somebody that wants to achieve great things, then you should be able to say, okay, in the next 1 hour, this is what I'll be doing. By 8 o'clock, I should be doing this. By 9 o'clock, I should be doing that. Is how to plan. And we need to put time to it. And if you have overwhelming jobs, you have so much things to do, so many tasks, you need to name them, you need to list it, and then you need to divide it into manageable chunks and place time on it. As okay, within 2 hours I'll be doing this, within 1 hour I'll be doing this, within 30 minutes I'll be doing that. So that is how it works. And in all this, you need to also schedule your rest. You need to plan for your rest. You don't rest because you're tired. That is not the best time to rest. You know, when you ask people, when do you think we should rest? What is the best time to rest? You see many people say, no, when you are tired, you rest. No, you don't rest because you are tired. Because before you even recognize or realize I'm tired, you see yourself that you're already exhausted. And that is the time you need recovery and not rest. So you rest when you have scheduled rest, because you might not be tired and you are typing or you are reading. You see yourself zooming off. You see yourself, you keep reading one line or one sentence or one paragraph for a very long time. You see yourself making mistakes, especially those that are working in should I say social industries, that you have to interact with people. You see yourself being grumpy. You see yourself, you are laughing and it's not looking very placid. It's no longer looking very flexible. You see yourself making mistakes that you shouldn't make. So taking short rest is very important. Little rest in between jobs, maybe 30 minutes. After 30 minutes of work, you rest for 5 minutes. That will help you to gain your clarity back. That will help you to gain your focus. That will help you to improve your thinking. It's very important. So take rest. So as you are planning to go out in the morning, or you are joining me in the morning, so remember that you need to plan your rest. These are the three things that you plan. You plan your rest, you plan your job, and you plan your joy. Because these three things, they are the balance that you need. Because your job is going to pay your rent, is going to pay your bills. Your rest is going to renew your energy. Your joy is going to be that bridge between your rest and your joy. Because after this work time, after your work life, and you are retired, you will need your joy, which is your hobby, to keep living, to keep interacting with people, to keep integrating in the society is very important. So also plan your joy, your trips, your hobby, all those things, put it as part of your plan. And if you have followed what you have been saying today, you understand, okay, these are the things that I'm doing that are taking my time. These are the things that I need to cut down on, and these are the things that I need to improve on. Those are very important. So you need to chart your time, look at every day of your life. If you are serious about it, go a week planning. If you're not too serious, maybe you just want to try it out, do 3 days to audit your time. What you have to do is to get a time, should I say, a plain sheet, put it down every 30 minutes, just write down what you have done. If you do that in 3 days, you'll be able to find out where your time is leaking. You'll be able to find out where you need to cut down on and what you need to improve on. So it's very important you can do that. And then you'll see that 24 hours is more than enough, because all you need to manage is not that 24 hours, is there running. But if you don't manage your energy, you don't manage your focus, that means you don't know what to give your energy to. Everything you go and argue, whatever controversial topic they bring out, you are there arguing. Whatever they are doing, before you know it, you are scrolling here in UK, you are already in Australia. In the next 3 hours, you didn't plan it. Those are the time thieves that people don't notice. So you need to chart your time, audit your time, and know what you are using each time to do. So after 3 days, you'll be able to find out, this is where my time is leaking from. So you start making amends. Again, I also want you to look at your digital consumption. How much screen time do you have? How much time do you spend in front of your screen? Are you dependent on on this smart technology now that you have stopped thinking? Those are the things that you also need to look at, because it's very important. You see many people now, when you ask them, you say 20 plus 50, which should be very simple. You see many people, they will, instead of thinking first, they will rush straight to their phones to go and type it in the calculator to check it out, or ask whatever they want to ask. And that is degrading how much they are thinking, and that is affecting their deep thinking and reflection. And it's very important in humans for you to think, for you to be able to reason. But if you are now too dependent on technology, that is going to affect you in a way that you don't really understand. There are so many things you can do with technology, and there are so many things that you can't do with technology, which is why you shouldn't lose your confidence. You shouldn't lose your ability to think. You should first think, whenever it comes to you, to go straight to that technology, to go ask Google, to ask Alexa, to ask whatever you need to ask. First thing, do I know this before? And try to see if you can retrieve it. If you can retrieve it, then retrieve it. If it needs paper and pen for you to do the calculation, please do first before you go consulting those smart technology, because it is now turning to a mental crutch to so many people, and it is affecting how deeply they think. And before you know it, it is affecting how they can recall. And this is what is going to translate to what they see later in life. You see people that are having memory problem and all those things. I didn't say it caused it, but we need to watch out for that. It's very important. You need to keep your mind working, just like every other muscles of your body. If you don't use it, it's going to degenerate. If you don't use your brain, gentle exercise like thinking, trying to recall, trying to use it, then it's going to degenerate, and that is not what you want. You still want to be sharp in your old age. You still want to be able to think in your old age. You should be able to make proper argument, reasonable arguments in your old age. So make your mental ability stronger by exercising it. And how do you exercise it? Is to give a task, is for you to think, is for you to consult it first before going to that technology to check, before asking your ChatGPT to write whatever you want it to write. You should be able to write and get your own ideas first. Those things are a way of you exercising your mental abilities, you exercising your thinking, and it's very important. And that is what is affecting people. If you see yourself now, you are too forgetful. When you want to think, you don't feel like you are getting it. It seems like something is missing, or maybe, oh, I think I should know this, I don't know it. It's time for you to start using your brain. These technologies, we have them all. It's even very cheap now. It's not going to tap you on the shoulder and say, please remember to think, but I'm the one reminding you now that it's time for you to think. It's time for you to use your paper and pen. When it comes to memory, your paper and pen still wins over your keyboard. So use your paper and pen, calculate it first. If you can't, maybe if it is too big, now they'll started saying, okay, 156 plus 237 plus, before it reached like 20, 30, yes, then you need help. You can write it down, see if you can calculate. If you can't, then you can use your calculator. But for the simple things, first consult your brain, first consult your thinking. That is very helpful. It's a way of exercising your brain, is very important. So in this space, we are going to be talking about how to improve your memory, how to improve your thinking ability, how to improve your retention ability. If you are a lifelong learner, it is very important that you join us during these days that we do it, Wednesday and Thursdays, and to do the deep work to learn how to refocus, because it's very hard for people to focus now. You see people that are working, but they are working, they are busy checking notification, they are checking the likes, they are checking this and that. That is not helpful to your brain, you know. Those things are depreciating the way, the deep, should I say, thinking deep, and it's not healthy. So let's help ourselves by learning how to refocus, learning how to structure our lives, learning how to wake up in the morning and have the clarity on what we ought to do, and not being led by the social media, being led by the screen. You know, it's not just the social media. There are so many platforms, so many, should I say, even the LinkedIn and those professional platforms, they all have these things now that will always alert you. Oh, you have one like, or you have one comment, and all those things. And they are all calling for your attention. Like I said before, your attention is the currency of this generation. It is no longer about money. Many of us, we don't even see the money. We are not seeing the physical money that will make you that happy, but your attention. And check anything that you are not paying for. If you have a product, you're enjoying it, and you see that what you're enjoying is far better than, bigger than what you have paid, then check whether you are the product yourself. And you see that they are using you to train so many things, they are using you to train another thing and all those things. But what is your own benefit when it comes to thinking, when it comes to you developing yourself? Are you the one that have, should I say, uh, you've sold yourself out in a way that now you are very cheap? Now you need to depend on those things to do what you want to do. You can no longer do your own things yourself, things you should normally be able to do. You can no longer do it. You need to wait for them to help you do this. You need this technology to do that. You need that app to do this. I think it's time we wake up as humans and take hold of our thinking once again, because that is what makes us special. That is why we are humans. Every other thing, they all think, but we have a higher thinking. So if you're not using it anymore, I don't know what we want to become. So try as much as possible to consult yourself each time you have anything to ask. Before you ask Google, before you type it, see how much you know. It's very important. So I will leave it here for now today, and tomorrow, once it's 10 a.m. and it's 6 hours of deep work. And remember, we do 50-10, that's 50 minutes of deep work and 10 minutes of mindful break. And during the mindful break, I will always tell you to be present in your break. Please be present. And remember, if you are doing any brain work, you are reading, you are researching, you are writing, please take your rest very serious, because that is the time your brain store the things that you've read, and that is the time you give your brain to process. So rest. When it is time to sleep, sleep. You know, my students, they used to ask, oh, how do I make it out? But my first advice will always be this: make sure that you eat very well. Make sure that you sleep very well. Before you even think of, make sure that you read the right way, using the right strategies. But you see, rest, you see, eating, you see, reading is very important. So you rest, you read, and you eat very well. So I will leave it at this point, and we'll meet again tomorrow by 10 a.m. and we close around this time tomorrow again. So it has been a lovely time well spent with you. It was well spent on my research work, really. And I've read a lot, I've seen so much, I've read, so I need rest also. And this is where I end it today. So thank you so much. And please be here again by 10 a.m. Thank you, and bye.